Good morning, everybody. Get my tweets out. Welcome back to the stream. Starting a little early today, comparatively, because I'm going to be leaving right before 1 o'clock to do the DAT community call, talking about Beaker and web browsers with HyperCore integrated. So that gives us 2.5 hours. And so today, what's on the agenda? Share the repo link in the chat real quick. First thing I'm going to do real quick, I saw a couple of things in the README that this README documentation I pulled from a proposal I sent to Blue Sky. Figured I should share what we're working on with them, just in case. You never know. Hey, Eric. Yeah, good to see you again. 30 CCC does feel like forever ago. Only about a year and some change, but pretty sure that's a decade. Okay. So I think I have a name for our posts. We're looking for the equivalent of tweet. What do y'all think of short forms? Doesn't roll off the tongue super easily. It's kind of like microblog, but microblog is just a terrible word. It's a little dry. You could call them shorts, but shorts are, yeah, maybe not short forms. Well, anyway, thought I had something until I said it out loud and then I hate it. But today, we're starting to get into cross-server synchronization. And for us to really get that right, we need some pretty extensive testing. We need some automated tests to do some work for us. And so I'm going to spend today's 2.5 hour, 3 hour stream. Yeah, about 2.5 hours because I got the ComCom at 1. I'm going to spend that working entirely on test infrastructure. May not be the most exciting thing to look at, but will be important. And what I want to have is something that is what you might call a DSL, not actually a new language or anything, but a set of methods for basically in a very easy to read way declare activity and content that's inside of a given server, and then have a clean way to be able to test against what I declared. So some example code here, what I'm thinking is something along the lines of like, create user Bob and then new post hello world, and then something like, you know, test okay that new post, something like that, perhaps even simpler, because we need to be able to sort of spot check. I want the test to make it so that we can look at it and it is sort of, the tests are so visually clear and simple to author that writing new ones and testing out the output is relatively trivial. So that means wrapping around stuff like this, so we're not having to write a bunch of, you know, complicated per attribute confirmations. So that's what I'm going to do, is put together a framework for writing these tests in a very human legible way. And this is important because we're going to need to add things like tests for rehoming users from one server to another. And so you need to be able to verify all kinds of parts of state as a result of a transition like that. And so if I can very easily do things like, okay, give me Bob's feed after Alice changes servers, does Alice still show up in all of the content, stuff like that, it's pretty important. I don't yet know what this framework for writing the test will look like. That's what we're going to figure out and implement on the stream today. But the key premise is that it's very, very easy to read, very, very easy to test. So that the hard things that we're testing are the only hard bits of those tests. And I suppose a way to do this might end up being, we can sort of implement this by reworking our existing tests to map this to this framework. So I'm going to just start writing some functions that should help us on this. You know, if we're being real lazy. But I think it might be the right call. Is to do it like this. So inside the closure here. No, can't do it inside that closure. Because the users are going to need to span the instances. But I do still think we should export it as a framework class. Because I want it to maintain some state. And let's see. Might do this. No, that seems right. Okay. So we got user creation simplified. We'll track everything that everybody creates. That'll be helpful for testing. Why don't we even track who they're following? So we'll be capturing lots of state as the various items are created, and that'll, of course, make it so much easier to actually test the live test set. In fact, there should be some ways that we can, some kind of simple functions for putting tests inside of the test user class that's just checking its own. Yeah, there's a lot we can automate here. Okay, that's all the basic interactions. Let's try it now. Hi, Horatio. Welcome to the stream. So, we are working on a more advanced, for anybody joining now, we're working on a more advanced set of testing primitives to simplify our tests and so that we can start to work on more advanced tests. So how could we simplify some of this? Okay, Cat wants in, 1 second. So, one utility that might be really helpful. Hey J World, welcome back to the stream. Working on a higher level test framework right now. It seems like a good start for making tests on feeds and post. Just kind of a simplified syntax for representing what the output is supposed to look like. Okay, let's see if our post test works. Go away. I just like permanently. Huh. So now turned off hiding. Okay, ID not defined by 99. Okay, that's working. Bobo is a cute test username, but it also is kind of hard to remember using non-standard test names, so I'm gonna go back to Bob. Same with Alicia versus Alice. It's cute, but just making life hard on myself. Okay, so is there any other ways we can make this a little nicer? Again, just trying to get very high level with the testing, DSL here. Here it doesn't make as much sense because this is all really straightforward, but eventually we're going to be trying to spec some pretty advanced tests, and having as much done for us as possible will be useful. maybe as high level as that can get for now. Let's give the same treatment to the comments. We'll just go through all of our existing tests one at a time and build out this framework as we go. I appreciate that, Eric. Why don't we wait until we know exactly what the tests... Yeah, why not? Yeah, please. Thanks. Appreciate that. Things like that that's increasingly making me think that the way to do open source work is on a live stream. It really is like co-working with y'all. It's a weird experience. It's very cool, but it's just so different. One thing that might be a good idea would possibly be to introduce tests into all the create methods to look at the shape of created data. Because that's the kind of thing that can subtly change on accident and introduce bugs. Maybe we'll get to that later. Okay, so let's look at how we're going to test threads real quick. Probably like this. Trying to write my DSL for describing threads now. You know what we could do? That might be too crazy. We could make a template string that's like, sim dot that's too much. Right? What if it was like no, template strings would be needlessly playing with syntax or what have you. Just don't want to get into the kind of complexities of DSL parsing that I just suggested with that approach, so I'm going to do it like this. Lisp style. I could Lisp the shit out of it, so to speak. Do absolutely no parsing and do it like that. That actually might be wiser, actually. It's much more consistent that way. Yep, that's right. If we're going to do it like that, we should be consistent over here. If you don't know what I mean by lisping this, I'm referring to it in terms of kind of like the very listy structure. Okay, so then test thread. That shit got lisped. See if I did that correctly. source line. What is that empty array coming from? Am I modifying the description somewhere? Huh, how is that happening? That right there. That's kind of blowing my mind. What the heck? Y'all seeing this? What the heck is that? Oh. Whoa, wait a minute. Why is that not a parsing error? Oh my gosh. Oh, no way. Y'all see what's happening here? That's amazing. Okay, so look at this. This is the array that is getting passed in, or getting created in the code, off of this right here. So the error is that I don't have a comma right there. So what this is actually parsing to is like this, where this establishes the sort of object that this becomes now an attempted reference to. Now, I would have expected this to fail parsing because a comma in the sort of indexing attempt should fail. equals foobar 1. Why doesn't that fail? Huh, what is that syntax? Wow. Huh. I wonder if it gets stringified somehow to become something like... Well, let's try this. Does it go to the second? Oh my gosh, it does. Okay. You know what that is? It's expression evaluation rules. That is so absurd. Okay, so check it out. In JavaScript, when you have a comma in an expression, what that does is it'll evaluate, it breaks up the expression and then returns or has the expression evaluate to the last item in the comma. So if I do foo bar baz, it's going to return baz. So what happens basically is that these do get called, and to demonstrate that I'll set I to 0 and then I'll do I++, I. So the things before the commas do get evaluated. But the expression value evaluates to the last item in the comma. This is something you might see in the case of like a for loop like this, where you have two things that you're evaluating. So that's what happened there. That's... Alright, JavaScript, if you say so. Doesn't speak well to my DSL that it's that easy to make that kind of a mistake, but okay. Had to go Lispy with it. Yeah, that was a good one. It is very weird, Jerry, but did you see why it's like that? Does that make sense? It has to do with a weird interplay of some rules. Alright, here's a great example of how this DSL makes the test much more clear. Now it's very obvious that whenever you delete an item in a thread, a parent comment, what happens to the replies is that they get promoted up at the moment. Which is not a great behavior, but that's just what happens. Okay, so I could use some comment tests that are a little cleaner than this. So this will be something like sim.test comment t comment 1. why don't we just pass in the actual object? Already getting much more readable, which is very good. This one we can make much cleaner. We could basically automate all the follows tests because, yeah, okay, so let's pull in our test framework. So Jerry, the thing that you gotta, it is a fundamental syntax. Again, the thing you gotta think about is the for loop example. It's also used in declarations. For let I equals 0, j equals 0. We're already using it there. I is less than 10, j is less than 10. This is a stupid example, but it's not an uncommon one when you are testing multiple values in a for loop. I plus plus, j plus plus. So that's the exact same syntax getting used here. And so having commas separating an expression into multiple sub-expressions is fundamental to JavaScript. So that's the first thing you need to know. The second thing you need to know is that an array accessor or an object accessor, just any kind of dynamic property accessor, is an expression. So you could do 1 plus 1 or get value, what have you. So since we're using the same syntax rules, that's possible, but it's just going to evaluate the expression and its sub-expressions will evaluate the value of the expression that it contains will evaluate to the last sub-expression, which is the fourth one in this case. So that's why that works that way. So, right, 1 plus 1 and get value are okay, they make sense. The problem is, you're not going to change the rules about expression evaluation just for whenever you're doing that array accessor or that property accessor syntax. So any valid expression is going to work in there, and JS expressions can have sub-expressions separated by commas. Sometimes people will abuse this for returns. So you got like a function f, and they'll do things like return I plus plus, j plus plus. That's a dumb example, but it's a way that some people will use the thing that will cause the value of j to get returned even though work is done right here. So it's kind of a way to like, a better example of why people will do that would be like this. Var I equals 1, j equals 2, if I equals 1. They'll do it in this case. Now, suppose we need to modify both I and j in the return. And so it needs to be like this. So another way that you can write that is like this. So, same result. And so it's just sort of in a way that people will sometimes abuse that property to avoid putting brackets into their statement to kind of get efficient one-liners. If somebody wrote such a return statement, I'd punch them. I avoid it. I'm very much of the opinion that I kind of like the Go philosophy. I don't love Go, but the philosophy about like write boring code, I'm a big adherent of that. Clarity over cleverness. So, yeah. Smash that like button. Be sure to like and subscribe. Okay, thanks, Eric. Appreciate that. Okay, one other thing I want to add, since we track who we're following and unfollowing, we can do we can automate this whole process. That will come in handy in the future. API is not 189. Yeah. Oh, you know what? We don't need that. We can use that. Okay. Test follows. Okay, let's see here. Got a data mismatch. It's failing on line 34. So we're testing Alice. So she should be following Bob and Carla, which is what the local state says. Did I not change? That's what I did wrong. Okay, list of followers. And 129. probably going to leave that one alone because that's a pretty simple one for now. But let's get votes under the similar test framework. Bob, no, not blob. Sim.users.bob.create post. I want to introduce this login piece to the actual mutators, but I'll save that for later. A little bit of redundancy as it is right now. Not sure that needs any more simplification. We'll leave that as it is for now. Yeah, why don't we simplify that whole login thing? Not super efficient, but that's okay. right. What next? This could definitely get simplified. So let's hit this. So we're already benefiting from this DSL a little bit. A little cleaner to read. Let's see, line 35. Yeah, okay, so the first comment is by Alice. And that one, same story. So here's a great example of where we could use a DSL to simplify this representation. That's about a billion times easier to look at. Okay. What's up, kid? Surprised she hasn't bothered me to play yet. She was very sad today because I lock her out of the bedroom. So in the morning she cries and cries. She was very sad today. Okay. Let's see if that works. Okay, we got line. Might be good to put some descriptions on these tests. Like, what if I just JSON and stringified the description each time of the item I'm testing? Not gonna tell me what. Let me check the syntax on that. 141. Oh, that's fine. I can't do that. Okay. So that's a no-go. A little helpful. Oh. Okay. Tell you what would be useful in all of these is to know which item. Ugh. Notification 7. 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, alright. That's the parent. Done Alice's comment. Okay, great. So that's much simpler to look at. So we've cleaned up and given a high-level language for our existing tests. And that takes us one step closer to what we're trying to do. Now, probably still not quite enough for trying to run some more advanced simulations. These tests that we have right now, the purpose of them are to just make sure that the kind of basic mechanics of all the APIs are correct. And it would probably be wise to introduce some additional tests for object shapes coming out of the APIs consistently, but I think the APIs I'm thinking about actually switching our API system to using GraphQL for all queries, so I'm going to hold off on that for the moment. By the way, the GraphQL switch will be pretty sweet. Because right now, we have some kind of awkward mechanics around, like, if you're trying to fetch something, you have to say, like, if you're getting doing get comment versus get post, you have to do comments.get versus post.get. And we can unify them with the GraphQL interface, and then have things like this fetching kind of sub-information can be a part of the description of the GraphQL query. So it'll be a much more flexible system that will have much less opinion about the data schemas and the API. So that'll be a really good change to introduce. Should make writing new applications easier for people. So then the next thing, though, is what we really need is a way to sort of describe entire test instances, all of their content and activity, and then all of the results of what different API calls should bring out. So I'm going to create a test called topologies. And this is going to be our start to beginning to test multiple servers. Let's see, does Ava have a way to specify something that needs to run after a single test? Well, I suppose one way we could do that is this way. Yeah, that'll be how we do that. Okay. So we want to describe a whole lot of activity. We could do it all by individual function calls. I wonder if there's a simpler way to spec a big sim. So far so good. We have random user set and a set user set and a random social graph being created and tested. Now we need to be able to create post comments and votes in a somewhat random way, and then verify that everything looks correct. That gets a little harder. We have in every user a list of all the post comments and votes that they've created, so we should be able to derive from that a test set for verifying all of the output of everything. So CSS will... yes. Will DHTs play a role in the federation aspect? So if you look at the README for Citizen, which I dumped in the chat earlier, so if you scroll back you can find it, there's a section in which I talk about the data mesh, which is hypercore protocol. And so in a way, federation is kind of one way you can describe how Citizen will work. But it's perhaps more accurate to say that it's using this data mesh. And this data mesh will this data mesh will use the DHT to discover peers. So that's how it will factor in. We don't currently use the DHT for any other means. The DHT has a couple of utilities that are interesting for doing things other than just peer lookup, but I'm somewhat disinclined to use it for that purpose unless we absolutely have to. The thing about the DHT is that it is a public anonymous access database that is maintained by a mesh of people, but it suffers from the problem of having no economic model. So I'm very disinclined to leverage it beyond its bare minimum need so that people aren't overloading it, because there's effectively no kind of economic back pressure in the system. And I am not the sort of person who thinks like everything needs a crypto payment system and baked into the protocol. I'm more traditional than that in a way. My thinking tends to be, I would go for that if I thought that that kind of stuff was mature enough and wasn't an adventure in and of itself. But I do tend to think that whenever possible, you should have an account with some other computer if you're using their computer, whenever possible, unless we can kind of ensure that your resource usage isn't going to spike. And if you have an account, then they can have limiting of usage and even subscription fees for getting access to more resources and things. In fact, I didn't talk about this in the README yet, but one of the ideas that I have in mind for the economics of this system in general is to set it up so that servers that host people at least have the capacity to do free tier, paid tier. When I am somewhat, oh gosh, what's his name now? Nolan Lawson. I've been somewhat in touch with Nolan Lawson through the years through Twitter, and I watched him do his Mastodon instance. And he really struggled running that server because he was trying to run it as a kind of a community thing. It turned him into a sysadmin, which is already hard work. But then the server started to get expensive for him. And he set up a Patreon to try to get his end users to help pay for the costs. It seems to me that inevitably for this system to work, if people are running community servers, they need a way to have their end users help pay for the resource costs. So I'm inclined to have in the system, in the protocol, not in the protocol, but in CTZN, in the server implementation, tooling around setting up a payments flow, perhaps by PayPal or Stripe, so that they can turn on this feature so where there's like tiered user levels and people can pay. It should be transparent what the server costs are. Yeah, I mean, you can certainly, that's going to be up to the individual server operators whether or not they want to release that information. I don't have any, means by which I can force them to be transparent about that. But to make that work, I think there are a couple of ways we can make the idea of paying for having a citizen server be something that would be sensible. For instance, we could potentially look at like adding in generic hyperdrive and Hyper-V hosting that is off the Citizen protocol, so that you're effectively getting like a generic cloud off of your Citizen host or your Citizen server. So, if it were just like a Mastodon instance and somebody were asking me to pay for that, I'd be like, no. But if it were also like displacing like Dropbox for me or something like that, maybe then that might make some sense. CS says, what you're describing is quite similar to Urbit stars. Stars will most likely offer services / paid tier for planets, but right now most stars don't offer additional benefit other than hole punching. Some activity pub servers are starting to include payment gateways for donation collecting as part of the server. Yeah. Donations aren't a bad model, but in a way, whenever you're donating for a service, it puts you in a kind of a weird, squishy economic relationship with the service. So like donating, for instance, to, let's say, NPR makes sense to me because, it's kind of a public good. It's not something that you're transactionally subscribing to NPR Plus. They could do that. In fact, they may be, for all I know. But because NPR is kind of broadcast over the radio waves and things like that, I kind of understand the donation model. But when you're in a situation where you have a relationship, like a subscription relationship with the thing, I would prefer to actually just have clear economic models where you can just pay for a specific amount of resources and things. CS says they refuse to donate for my use of Signal because they have no idea what I'm actually costing Signal. Yeah. I don't know. I can understand that mentality a little bit. I think maybe the way I would verbalize similar feelings to that, well, for one, I'm just very broke, so I'm not able to throw around donations. But the other thing is that for me, I like to have a clear sense of the value I'm getting, as opposed to a clear sense of like what I'm costing. Because I don't care so much about what I'm costing, because I assume that they're collecting some kind of margin off of it, and you need to have margin for labor, and putting a price tag on labor is difficult. So like if we're just talking about paying your service for their specifically their server hosting fees, all you're doing is paying, you're basically accepting free labor from the person that's running the thing. Sort of depends on your relationship with whoever's running it, if that's okay. But they are doing work, you know. So it would be good to allow some margin there. And then, you know, getting into that vibe of like, well, how much margin do you deserve? It's also kind of sticky. So I tend to think more in terms of having a clear sense of what value I'm getting out of the thing. And that's kind of an area where it's like, okay, if I'm paying $10 a month for something that is giving me equivalent resources to like what Google Cloud does or Dropbox does, then I have a sense of like, okay, that's what I'm paying for. That's all a little bit squishy. The only really hard element of what I'm getting at there is I think that having utilities in the citizen nodes, citizen servers to pay for your usage would be wise. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna get a drink. One second. Eventually, if I can run a node in a network and offer my own compute, it will probably cover my usage of the larger network. Things equal out eventually, maybe. If you're running your own server, you're all set. You know, in that case, you're paying costs to however the server is being set up, whether you're running a piece of hardware that you own or you're renting from a cloud provider like AWS or DigitalOcean or something like that. That will be, you know, and then you're basically taking margin out by paying the labor costs personally. And hopefully that will be a very tenable approach. I'm kind of thinking that I'm going to set up my own instance that's like for me and mine, so to speak. And then the design needs to be, of course, that if you're self-hosting like that, you're still participating in other communities. So it can't be like Mastodon where choosing a node choosing your kind of home server can't determine what your community definition is, because then self-hosters will be in islands. So in addition to like social follows, you need to be able to participate in other server communities than the one that's your home node. Yeah, I think leveraging our CSS leverage our existing social fabric, support family and friends. People with no family and friends can pay for random support. I don't think it's a bad idea necessarily. It's an interesting thought. I definitely think that having the equivalent of like, yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if that can play out. May also be possible to have a kind of light touch server administration where it's like a service that, you know, because like if you think about what AWS does, if we play this out and we say, you know, self-host, most people self-hosting will be using a cloud service. That's how I'd be doing. I'd be using either AWS or Google Cloud, which is you know, server provisioning on a virtual server provisioning. So the difference between that and actually having a similar cloud service that actually provisions citizen instances for you is relatively minor, all told. It's just a difference of like somebody setting up the, you know, installing the software packages for you and keeping them updated. And that should be so cheap that it seems like something that people could, you know, then you're just kind of, that's dramatically reducing margin out of node hosting. Oh, you know what? Get random parent. Needs to be conscious of what the subject is. When I speak of instances, do I need federated or a custom bubble? In a way, there's kind of no difference. It's going to depend on like what federation means. My current expectation is that I've talked back and forth on this, but my current expectation is that users are always going to be what determines which communities and which users they interact with. That won't be a server choice. And the means by which that happens will either be that a user says that I'm interested in server 123, and their home server will go out and sync that data for them, or they will go to those servers individually to fetch data from them. It's going to be one of the two. That's kind of what I'm inclined to think. I don't think the way it'll work, I've suggested this in the past, but I'm inclined now to think that it's not going to be the sort of thing where a server says, I federate with server 1, 2, and 3, so you can get their data here. It might have to work that way because of resource constraints, but that would be my least favorite approach, I think. Because if it works like that, then users are losing a pretty key piece of autonomy, I think. Because as an end user, I want to participate in whatever communities I'm inclined to interact with. And Also, one of the things I'm thinking about doing here is abstracting out the idea of a community and a server a little bit. Right now they're kind of a one-to-one. But if we give communities a DNS ID the same way that users have one, so it's like the default one might be members@server.com, then there's a level of abstraction involved where kind of the servers are really just acting as resource providers, and the communities may happen to be, homed at a given server. But one server can have lots of communities, and the users would be interacting with lots of communities. I don't know if it's quite right to consider... See, that's kind of what I'm getting at, whether or not an instance is like a Discord server. Because, I don't think Discord servers... I don't know if that analogy holds up. This may be something that's hard to describe prior to seeing it. But one way to think about it, perhaps, that I'm kind of aiming for, is to think of the servers as being similar to what Beaker Browser is. It's like a remote agent for its end users. And so it can run some compute on the user's behalf or on a community's behalf. But in most regards, it's meant to sort of fetch anything for anybody. Rather than having a kind of a fixed topology. I don't really want the communities and the servers to have a fixed topology. I want the whole thing to act as a data mesh. That's what I want, and I'm not going to spend any more time describing that idea because at this stage, if the server is the host of a community and the server goes away, if we allow, so users can rehome, change to a new server, get a new DNS ID. In theory, we could do the same thing for communities. Your point there, the reason that a server dying would freeze a community is if there were no way for the computation that produces all the indexes required for a community, we're no longer able to execute. And if we have the communities have the same kind of ID flexibility as users are supposed to have, then communities could move to entirely separate servers as well. So I'm sort of, if it's possible to do that, I want to do that. The default behavior, and certainly the behavior I'm just developing right now, is that every server has one community, and it's the server community. And whether or not a server supports multiple communities, even if we add that support, may be something that the server operator decides for themselves. It's entirely possible that a server wouldn't have any community behavior at all. Wouldn't that give one person the power to remove the community? Well, communities are always governed by the server. I mean, sort of. This is, again, where the data mesh makes a kind of complicated story around authority. In a good way, it's what we want, but because everything's operating off this data mesh, off of a hypercore, a community could actually be operated off of somebody's desktop and be designed to download all of the relevant community information and then sync it out over the hypercore network. As a result, a community always has the authority over a community is always whoever possesses the private keys. So one person, whoever possesses the private keys that define a community, will always have the power to remove that community. Authority is always contingent on possession of the private key. Think about the killed by a bus problem. Yeah, the killed by a bus problem is whoever's running a server that a lot of people are using, they die, which will happen. People die. How does the community sort of recover from there. It's going to be up to everybody individually to figure out how to deal with that thing. On the plus side, using servers sets up a situation where the server is, running somewhere else, potentially not in the physical, if it's rented or whatever, and they can, whoever it is that moderates that server or administrates that server can give credentials to multiple people. So how somebody chooses to govern the particular private keys can vary in a lot of different ways. Something else that is also an option, especially once we get into the constitution idea, the smart contracts, is to build into the contracts processes for the user base to command the server. And the reason you'd want to use the smart contract approach to that is because it would be some kind of rules-based system where, let's say, for instance, you wanted to set up a thing where if you get 2/3 consensus of the current user base to migrate to a new server, some kind of process could be triggered, same as if the server admin did it. Don't actually have to have a smart contract approach to that, but that if you're in a low trust environment, that would be wise. So basically when you get into scale, it would be very interesting. Again, the smart contracts are really interesting when you get into scale. Because scale introduces lower trust, weaker trust connections between the end users. Yeah, and it's designed to say that no one rogue admin could destroy it all. Now, in the design of smart contracts that we have, they're hosted smart contracts, not blockchain. The advantage of a blockchain smart contract is that the executors are a mesh of executors. That gives an even more powerful sort of requirement or attribute that no one person can break the contract. In a hosted scenario, the host could always just shut down the server, or if they violated the contract, they could still do it. It's just that everybody would know that they did it. So in a scenario, in the hosted smart contract scenario, recovery is always if you compromise the contract, then it's up to the end users to react to that violation. But the point is that it would be detectable if such a thing occurred. It tends to be a little more useful for things like identity changes. Like if somehow a key got changed, you would have to have an audit trail to it, and it could only, if you break the rules about how an identity change works, like the value suddenly flips inside of the database, and be like, whoa, what is that? How did that happen? And if they followed the smart contract, you'd be able to see exactly which users did what to trigger it, and if it followed the rules. And if it didn't follow the rules, you'd be able to know that. So. We may, the stuff that Ethereum is doing with the move to proof of stake encourages me quite a bit, so it's entirely possible that the smart contracts may end up being Ethereum based. Who knows? Of course, the big downside of blockchain based smart contracts is figuring out how to handle the costs of executing. But then again, you could just do what we're doing now, where the server that depends on the thing is just paying out to handle all the requests. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, kind of like how it works in high security situations. Multiple people need to approve or give access. It's applying kind of security engineering in a scenario which we typically don't, which is just like, public forums. But on the basis of the idea that we ought to be having kind of these rigorous security primitives, for a lot of reasons, but in this case, so that governance in low trust environments, large scale communities can function. Okay. And I have about 30 more minutes before I have to go to do the .com. So let's see if we can't get our single server topology test complete by then. I think that's everything, so let's see if that runs. I put that on the wrong object. Dat ComCom, not conference. 99% sure that is today. Huh. Is that tomorrow? Holy moly, that's tomorrow. DD Pixel, you just saved my bacon. You're absolutely right, that's tomorrow. Great. I'm in a flow here, so that makes me happy. Huh. I just scheduled an appointment for tomorrow in the afternoon, but thankfully that timing worked out. Micro... I'm guessing Micro in the Discord? Yeah. Cool. Can't recall if we've interacted much yet. You're talking in the sharing stuff. Yeah. Cool. Great. Good. Makes me happy because I want to finish this out. Okay, so we have 161 failed. What does post look like? It would seem that our random getter is occasionally giving us an undefined result. Not sure why I'm bothering, because I'm very aware that it's coming out. I guess I need to see if it's always known it. Let's hear it for day 10. Okay, so our random function isn't behaving the way I expect it to. Let's run some tests. Yep, there it is. It's doing an inclusive at the top, which I guess actually in some cases I did expect, because I did use it with that expectation. And yeah, okay. So I need to review my usage of rand range anywhere I'm using it and modify that usage accordingly. So I need to -1, need to -1. See right there, I was using it, expecting it to be inclusive at the top. So that's on me. Yep, I was wholly inconsistent. looking correct. Let's remove that logging and see how long this thing takes to run. Step 1, make it work. Step 2, make it simple. Step 3, make it fast. Okay. So now that we have all of this activity generated, we now need to be able to examine the data set that we know we created and run tests against all of it. So what all do we want to test? Test user home feeds. Test post threads. Test notifications. Seems right. Well, let's just get through them one at a time. So we'll go through each user. And basically what we're going to need to do here is sort of like encode in the test framework the exact same logic that the backend has for assembling the feed. And then we'll do post dot list user feed. We'll call it user feed. Oh no, it's actually not the user feed, it's different. It is home feed. Oh, what did I just do? I just did a rename by having my focus on the wrong place. We should test user feeds as well. So, first we assemble the user set. Then we merge all of their posts, which would be then we sort the posts by can't sort the posts. We'll have to just So the posts array currently doesn't include all the post information because pudding doesn't return the full post object. Just gives you the key and the URL. So if we want to sort this properly, we actually have to fetch each of them. I guess I'm not totally against that. Should be interesting. Let's find out what we got. If it passes on the first run, I'm going to be proud of myself, but I doubt it will be. Well, that's not what I expected. Should have done something, because we have a log there. What am I? Huh. Okay, first of all, that is depressingly slow. Why was it just stopping earlier? I add console.log and suddenly it doesn't just stop? Thanks. Makes life easy. Not to mention this takes forever. Yeesh, we maybe need to do a little performance tweaking sooner than later. I mean, this is all in memory. So this is brutally slow. Why don't we cut down on the amount of content while we're figuring this out? And we had a failure, line 168. Of course. Dumb typo. It passed. That's exciting. Yeah, data looks correct by spot checking it. So that's good. Test the user feeds now. This one is significantly simpler. All we have to do is duplicate the array, and we reverse it because we want this in reverse chronological. Actually, we don't need to do that. We'll just do this. Let's also take the user count down to 5. We really don't need that much content here. Okay. Probably because I need to do this and this. Great. Okay, now I need to test the post threads. This one will be a little trickier. So in our comment thread testing, one of the things I'd like to test in addition to the, I need to introduce vote testing in a second here. Don't have that yet. We should also change this to use the actual user objects. One thing we could do here is, how about await sim dot like that. So then over here, can we even do that? Do we know? We may not be able to do that. Unless we change, no, we can do it. Well, okay, I'm gonna make a quick modification. Which will affect this right here. Rather, basically, I'm going to change this so that whenever we create a post, we get the actual post. And same on comments. So now whenever I am testing, I actually have the full comment information. I'm just going to modify the test thread function where if there's a description, we test against the description, and otherwise no, that's not going to work. We could do a generate thread description. Why don't we do it that way? So why don't we just do it like that, just get thread. And why don't we just see what that looks like real quick. I can't just do a deep equal. Okay. because it won't be exactly the same output. Not generating enough comments to create threads, it looks like. Are we getting no replies? Nope, we are. Good. Okay, so that's working. So now we need a comparison function, which really just need to reduce down so then we just do sim.test thread that and thread to description sim.get thread post. Let's make sure these descriptions look right. thread is not iterable. Line 87. Anybody in the chat heard the new Avalanches song yet? We Will Always Love You. I just put it on. It's super good, but holy shit, is it depressing. The way that that thing opens. Like, the whole album starts with this sample of somebody, okay, what is going on here? How is thread coming back undefined? Oh, that's how. Yeah, the whole thing starts out with a sample of somebody, like, saying goodbye to somebody. It's sad as hell. I don't know if they use an actress for it or if it's a real voicemail, but man, oh man. Okay, so we're making some progress here, but we just had a failed test, and I need to figure out if it's like what the nature of that failure is. Uh-oh. That's not good. We've got a Heisenbug. Oh, crap. It's really not what we want. Shoot. What was that failure? That's not fun. One of these. One of these threads expected 2 replies and only saw 1. So there's somewhere, in some case, of my randomly generated test set, a situation where the thread doesn't output correctly. Either our locally generated thread or... Okay, I'm going to have to produce a whole lot more comments. Hey Todd, I just saw your Twitter messages. Way late. I don't know if you're still on, but I'll follow up on what you shared there. Okay. So I think we have a timeout problem. If the test generation takes too long. One second, 1 minute, 1 hour. Actually, let's set that to... Definitely shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. Come on. So it looks like Ava has a per test timeout. You'd think it would say something when it fails. Okay, that fixes it, so we'll stick that in our NPM test. Yeah, generating 200 comments shouldn't take this long. You will definitely get a good test set this way, though. One more user. Ha! And it didn't fail. Okay. We got a Heisenbug in there somewhere, which I can't seem to trigger now. Guess I'm just gonna move on. Let's test vote counts. So that should be all subjects. And our API for votes. Get votes for subject. Okay, let's see if that worked. And then the notifications test. That one will be a little tricky. It's important, but it's a tricky one. Uh-oh. So our code for getting the expected voter IDs is failing. So the votes are recorded. That's odd. Oh, that's why. Oh, those simple, stupid typo bugs. Okay, we have successfully tested everything except notifications. This one's going to be tough. In fact, it might be so tough that it's not worth spending the time on. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because, I mean, the thing about this is, encoding the logic from the local state for what the notifications should look like would not be easy. We'd basically be doing a parallel construction of all of that logic. And I'm sort of inclined to think we save that for another day. And instead, start looking at multiple server stuff. Because there will be plenty just to get this test working correctly for 2 servers for us to do. So I'm inclined to do that. So let's commit what we got here. No. That's a bug. Okay. Let's make sure I didn't break any other tests with some of those changes I made. I did. And definitely have some optimizing to do. I think the reason that the test activity generation is so slow is because of my secondary indexing code. That part is almost certainly a wee bit slow. Line 42. Yeah, okay. Did I break any of the others? Notifications and comments. That's in line 24. And then notifications probably similar. Yeah. Okay, votes are still broken, line 42. Okay. So now it's time to test two servers. Gonna be a couple of things we have to do here. For instance, we're gonna have to give them their own domain names and not just use localhost, because they need to have different domains for the test servers. What else? So in the simulation here, ooh boy, we probably have to do interesting. Yeah, this gets into we're immediately facing the questions about like which instances you talk to get user information. So if I want to find Bob at server 2, do I talk to server 1 and ask server 1 to sync that information for me so I can fetch it, or do I talk to server 2? An interesting question. If you're always talking to the same server, then basically that means all of your any given user's traffic on the network is going to have to occur through their home server. Which means the home server is going to be producing a pretty significantly sized local cache. On the plus side, that means that each server is handling the needs of their own users as opposed to, potentially getting hit by a lot of people. Interesting question. I'm going to use the bathroom and mull this over. So this one's a big one. I'm going to ask Matthias and Andrew to join the stream, if they haven't already, and if they can join. So Greg points out correctly, there's a risk of shadow bans if a user relies on server 1 to fetch data about server 2. Then server 1 could falsely respond with no data. So it does sort of increase to some degree it sort of shifts over the trust. It's sort of like, do you trust your home server versus do you trust, the server that's supposed to be hosting the user? kind of depends on who. Yeah, it's very hard to pre-game, to game out precisely what kind of effects this will have on the load topology. Who does this favor? Who does this disfavor? So let's give an example here. Suppose I set up a server for myself. It's just for my content. And I post something that gets really popular. It goes viral by some means. Starts getting linked to on Reddit, starts getting linked to on Hacker News. So people are jumping on and going to the URL for my post. If access occurs by an RPC get to the home server, then you're suddenly getting a huge read load. Now, if we take that approach, then you'd really want to leverage caching layers. So if every node is expected to host to a large scale read access to the data via HTTP or RPC, then you'd want to serve it over HTTP as JSON blobs so that you could put something like Cloudflare in front of it. On the flip side, if you're doing it this way, where you talk to the home server for a given user to get their data, you are going to be using less resources on your own home server. So let's invert it. The other option. Let's say that all access to the network is always through your own server, and it's going to use the hypercore protocol to pull down information as needed as you browse around. A couple of things to think about. One is you have the cold start problem. If you're viewing a thread for the first time, or a piece of content for the first time, nobody else has seen it before, then the server's local cache will be empty. And so it's going to have to hit the hypercore network and pull down the data into the local cache. That's problem number one. Problem number two is that you are going to need to be maintaining that local cache for all the activity of your users. So if you have 1,000 users just browsing around the network, you're pulling down, basically, it's like having a browser cache all centralized onto your node. Strike number two. The big upside of that is that the kind of distributed caching layer is baked into the protocol through hypercore. So if something gets popular, everybody is accessing it through their home nodes and producing their local caches. And that would mean that no individual server is getting overloaded by a spike in interest. So Sully is suggesting let server 2 have an option to return the data and further distribute the load in its cache, maybe based on that server's own rules such as whitelists. Interesting thought. So basically do kind of like a both mode, or support both, but allow each server to choose what they pull from. And so then whenever you're loading information, you would ask your home server first. And if that home server is like, nah, I'm not syncing that, then you ask the actual host. The question about that is, like, what would the logic be around establishing those synchronization rules? You might, if you did something like that, I would want to kind of like encode that notion as a UX concept, like sister communities. And so then when you are determining like which communities you're going to be syncing to the local node, it would be sort of determined by like your own user base's shared, whoever's managing the community would be determining like who you're expected to be checking frequently. So it's kind of like a load sharing agreement between that's actually an interesting approach. That is actually kind of interesting. Because it's like a load sharing agreement between nodes. It wouldn't have to be bidirectional, so I could be sort of offering to share the load for somebody else's node. They don't have to share back, and it's not like there has to be agreement. But that's an interesting idea. Choosing something like that is not easy. Our biggest problem, I think, for sure, is if we ever expect servers to host for wide audiences, then we really do need to architect the fetching behavior to take advantage of like HTTP caching tools. It can't be WebSockets. You really need to be able to do an HTTP GET for the JSON blobs, and for that to be pushable to a caching layer, optionally. It's not actually a terribly difficult thing to introduce. It will lack the flexibility of using like GraphQL. So that kind of goes out the window a little bit. Kind of even have to ask, would you even want to use GraphQL in such a scenario? Probably not. Because like, why bother having two mechanisms for fetching the content? You can still unify that caching layer though. Like, one of the things that's weird right now is that there's like a comment get and a post get that are separate, and you have to kind of choose which one based on what you're trying to fetch. You could just have a single URL scheme for fetching any. You could even make it work, sort of be generalized for all of the hyper network if you wanted to, where it just is a straight pass through the hyper content. Of course, if you do it that way, you're not going to be getting any pre-computed information like vote counts and comment counts. We do know for sure that servers are going to need to synchronize with other servers or synchronize user data from other servers if one of their own users is following them. I gotta pace around a little bit. Okay. I think for now we're going to go with option 1. So here is how this is going to work for now. Every server is going to have an HTTP gettable layer for direct access to hyperdata that they're hosting. That is our sort of base layer. The servers are going to sync only the content of users that they are members on their server or that are followed by members on their server. Anytime you want to look at a community that's not on your server or content that's not on your server, you talk to the actual hosting server. I think that's how we're going to do this. So in our test, we want to test 2 scenarios. We want to test a scenario where we have 2 different communities, and both communities have everybody following each other. And then you want to test a scenario where users are only following users on their own server. And what we should see is if users are only following users on their own server, then they should only see content from users on their own server. But if everybody's following everybody, they should see all the content on both servers, because the servers will synchronize for both. That seems correct. So a consequence of this is, when we're testing these things, the home feeds, you want to ask the user's instance. The user feeds, you want to ask both instances. They should both give all the information. Why don't we make some notes about this topology? And this one should be the one that's already working. But the cross-following isn't done yet. the cross-file is syncing. So we'll have to get into that next. So I'm gonna author this test first. So the home feeds will always be on the instance that the user is on. The user feeds will be in both instances. Post threads, same story. It'll be in both instances. And same story for boats. And we're going to skip this one and do the ladder first. In this scenario, we are split. So first of all, we only follow users that are on the same instance. Home feed works as usual. The user feed will be, let's see, it'll be based on whether or not user I inst equals inst1, then they'll be there, otherwise it will be empty. Same story here. And that's how this is going to go basically on every one of these. Okay. The only other thing we need to do is when we create the servers, the test servers, we need to set unique origins for them. So See if that futzes with anything before we move on. Okay. Fascinated to see what happens next. Okay. We got a failure on line 261. That's interesting. So the home feeds worked correctly, but what is the running cat icon in my menu bar? It's Run Cat. It's actually a really handy utility. Whenever the CPU load gets high, the cat runs faster. So it's a really handy way for me to keep track of whether or not my CPU is under heavy load. Plus you get a little cat running in your taskbar. What's not to love? Yeah, it's great. They also, you can change what the little runner is, which I would never, I like the default one pretty well. But they have a couple and they have a little store where you can buy more. They've gotten better. It used to be the non-default runners were kind of crummy. The Japanese apology, that's a bit much. Party people. Yeah, I'm seeing some of these for the first time. This is pretty funny. That's pretty great. Let's take a look at their runner store, see what all they've got going. Yeah, pretty cool little tool. But I can't imagine doing anything other than the cat. Whoa! Multicolor. Yeah, everybody I've ever shown this to wants it immediately. I mean, how can you not want this thing? Okay. So I am somewhat intrigued by what just happened here. If it's working, if the test is working the way it's supposed to be working, then the server 2 for some reason had the posts for the user. Which might be, what that might mean is that the servers synchronized with each other on demand. It's entirely possible that's what's happening here. Which actually is not super surprising. Because, like, that's the data mesh doing what it's supposed to do. Yeah. It even has comments on it. Should it have comments on it? Yeah, it might. So, wait a minute. Nope. That should be instance 2. Now, it may still be doing what I was suggesting, so we'll see. I'm from the U.S. I was born in Rochester, Minnesota, but when I was 2, moved down to Texas and grew up in small towns in Texas. Then for college, I went up to the Northeast for a bit. Now I live in Austin. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see if there's any difference between post entries 1 and post entries 2. There should be some difference in what's cached. And if there is, then we know that it's actually doing what I think it's doing, which is pulling the user data on demand. That shouldn't be happening. I don't feel like I built it to do that yet. So, like, huh. 1 0 2 1 1 1 0 2. Wait. Wait. The reason I'm surprised that this would be possible is that I feel like the instances shouldn't, like, I don't think I built in the ability for the instances to talk to each other about, like, the mapping of user IDs to public keys. So if I ask server 1 about a user on server 2, it should just be like, I don't know anything about that. So the comment counts 2 0 2 0 0 2 0 2 0 0. That has me suspicious. Makes me think Let's take a look at the list user feed code here. So list user feed. First thing it does is fetches the user ID, which should be a pass-through. So this is what should be failing right here. Like, instance 2 should not have the servers loaded for instance 1. So I think that we're not seeing, it would be amazing if we were just seeing everything magically work, but I don't think that's what we're seeing. I think what we're seeing is a bug in the test framework here causing like the wrong server to be spoken to or something. Kitty needs some water. 1 second. It's definitely 2 servers getting created. Hang on. Not MSDN, MDN. I want the keys. Does the map function have a keys? The map object have a keys function? Yeah. So let's find out here which server is being spoken to and what it knows. Because it should not know anything about users that are not on its server right now. I have not implemented that yet. It should be failing to fetch any information about those users. Yeah. It looks like currently only the second server is being spoken to. Why would that be? Because they have separate ports. Yeah, so those are the 2 different servers. Why is instance 1 talking to instance 2? This right here. I should be talking to... Do I have some kind of global state that I'm not paying attention to? This is rather odd. There's no global state involved, that, at least not at this point, that could be screwing with us. Well, that's horrifying. What is this? Q. Yikes, y'all. Okay, so that is instance 2, and that's talking to port 15048. 15018. So they're two separate APIs. Huh. I'm getting reports from people that chat is broken. Matthias, what does it do when you try to chat? Chat is disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect. Well, that takes some of the fun out. Let's find. Let's try to debug this real quick. Yikes. Somebody else is telling me that they tried to do a emoji. And it crashed their whole browser. Huh. No, Reddit. Have y'all tried other browsers than the first one you tried? That's a total bummer. Todd was saying he had the same problem. I'd restart the stream if I didn't, if I thought that would fix it, except that that's kind of a, throwing everybody out and starting back over just to fix that. Hey, there's Andrew. Huh. What'd you do to fix it, Andrew? I guess yours just crashed when you tried to do an emoji, so maybe it just didn't crash this time. Lots of refreshing and browser restarts. Well, that's there's Matthias. It's a bummer of a problem. We actually ended up solving coming to a conclusion on the question I was originally asking y'all about. Hard restart worked. And now we're just debugging things. But basically what the question was that I was sort of contending with, too busy learning this. The question I was contending with is like when servers should synchronize, when you should talk to your home server and have it like pull down data from the hypercore network on your behalf versus talking to the home server that is for the content you're wanting to talk, get. And having your home server sync everything on your behalf would mean that the cache gets really big, so I'm inclined to say you should talk to home servers when talking to, I wonder if this is because, in fact, I bet for sure that the problem that our tests are having now is that we have global state in the actual application. Oh, bummer. In fact, I'm quite sure that's what's occurring. So whenever I try to start two simulated servers, they're screwing with each other's state. And if I want to run two simulated servers in process, I can't have global state. I could fix that by spawning the simulated servers in another process. Which would be a little bit ridiculous, but may actually be a more apt simulation. Yeah, that may be how we should do this. Okay. Okay. My brother just texted saying he was watching the live stream and decided to make a soundbite I could queue up when I hit milestones. So he's gonna send it over. Let's see what that sounds like. We need to get a whole soundboard going here, you know, so I can get air horns. Okay, so we need to spawn our test servers in a sub process. Cat sleep? what's cat sleep? Oh my gosh, this is great. Okay, check it out. Here's the sample that my brother just made for us. Okay, so anytime we hit a milestone or something, we play this.
CTZN.
It's pretty good, right? So Jack, where did you get the, if you're still on the stream, where did you get the Citizen voice sample from? Play it again for
CTZN.
that is, I gotta hold on to that. That's too good.
CTZN.
Oh, stop. Too many times. Okay. Yeah, he used a web-based text-to-voice app to get that sample. That's so good. So now I got it in my music library.
CTZN.
Perfect. That's so good. Nice, Jack. Okay, where did I just put my headphones? There we go. I was half expecting like the Final Fantasy VII victory music. Da, 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 da. Okay. Well, you know what we should do is every time we do a commit, that'll be our milestone. He says I've given him ideas for more sound cues, so we may have more coming. Okay, so if we move it to a separate process, we're not going to have access to the DB object. How often do I use that? I think just to create users right now. Yeah, just to create users. I think the cat wants out. Okay. So we're going to need to solve how to create users, which we can handle in a second. And now I have to do Node.js. Need to look up the API for child processes. Okay, and I think exec is what I want. I think we want that actually. Cat just ran back in a panic. There must be a dog out there. 1 second. You okay? Well, maybe stay inside for now, huh? Okay. Come up. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna want to do, I believe it returns a process object. Yep. All right, Anish, thanks for joining us as always. Catch you on the next one. Okay, so that's good, except it would be good to have some way to await for the process to be ready. We'll come back to that in a second. Is debug mode not used anymore? It doesn't look like it is. But simulate hyperspace is. And that gets threaded into the database. Let's also thread that into our API setup. And then that will get threaded into the account setup. You know what, let's actually bring back debug mode as a flag. And so then if debug mode is set, we're going to register a command for creating a user. And so that'll be this bit right here. Okay, so now we can get rid of all the accesses of the instance database. And instead that'll be api.counts.create debug user. Okay, let's see if this works. Seems to work. Let's pipe the STD out. Which I think we can just do. So this one doesn't take the STDIO stuff, doesn't. So it looks like I have to do that manually. Might want to use spawn instead of exec. That might actually be the more correct choice for this. Because exec, I get the sense it's kind of geared towards like running something that's supposed to end, whereas spawn kind of is like a better fit for a continuous process. Okay, it worked, but STDIO didn't pipe as I wanted it to. Maybe I have to... I could have sworn the pipe option was supposed to do this. Ah. Okay. Now let's see what happens with our topology test. What I expect actually is an error to get thrown. Yep, okay. We're now working as expected. Good. Okay, this solves the mystery of the unexpected output. So now back in our topology test, basically, when you try to list a user feed for somebody that's not currently being swarmed by the server, it'll throw. Which is what we expect. Actually, it's not. Let's see. Where am I? Here we go. So, we'll do it like this. We'll say okay. Let's keep on trooping through. $271. Ah. Let's reduce our user set to speed this up a little bit. Okay, 270. Ah, misspelled author. Okay, line 272. So our sim has total knowledge, and that total knowledge is wrong. So we need a way to apply a filter on the get thread method. Okay, interesting. Okay, that worked, and now we're on to votes. Probably the same situation here, where we just have to filter. Great. Working as expected. Let's bump the user number back up. And we're going to skip here. That's what we're about to attack as our final task of the day. It's a big one, so won't be stopping anytime soon. Okay, that's a commit, so you know what time it is.
Citizen.
It's going to be really helpful for folks just listening to the stream. They'll know when something's happened. Citizen. Bum, 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 bum. So, now we are on to the test for 2 servers while all the users follow each other. And this one is going to be a little bit of work. Because on this one, we now have to begin to integrate the synchronization across the nodes, which would include secondary indexing for the user's individual follows. And then on top of that, we have to merge together indexes on reads. So this is going to be work. It's going to be some work. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll dig into it. As a matter of fact, because this is going to be pretty substantial piece right here, I'm going to take a 15. Get myself a sandwich. And then we'll attack this cross server following. Okay. Back in action. Okay, do we still need this scratch pad? Probably good to hold on to that for the moment. Why don't I just dump it into my other scratch pad? So the first thing we need to do is introduce the ability for the server to load up user databases for users that are not on the current server. And that means we need to now answer the question about how to resolve a DNS ID. Let's take a look at WebFinger real quick, which is truly the most disturbingly named protocol. I know the history. I know why it's called that. It's still very upsetting. I mean, even the even the logo. They know what they're doing. Honestly, that logo, come on, y'all. It should be like a person pointing. This thing, it's suggestive. I know it. Oh, it's making a W. Web. Still, though. You made me think way too much. So how does ActivityPub use WebFinger? So they just do the resource parameter, no rel attribute, which I imagine is optional because that's, let's see, must contain a URI. I mean, the resource, hang on. Must contain a resource parameter, may contain rel parameters. The resource is the query target. Okay. So that's pretty straightforward. Look exactly like that. We'll just put ACCT in front. Let's see what the actual spec for ACCT schema is, or scheme. Although they take the form of user at host, the scheme is designed for the purpose of identification inside of interaction. Okay. Looks like a fine match for what we're doing. shouldn't. Let's see what the JRD document is about. All right. Subject alias is properties and links. Subject is the account URL. Aliases would be URLs that also identify the same entity. So in Mastodon, that's those two. Makes sense. Properties. So I suppose in our case, actually, aliases would be the hyper URLs. Could also do links. Aliases is optional. Properties are optional. Links is optional. So it's sort of up to us. Now, how do they use it here? So for them, they're using the link, it looks like. The self link. So I'm thinking we'll just do the subject, links, rel self, href. Now, let's look at the rel self spec. What is the type attribute? So they're abusing the type attribute, it looks like. It's supposed to be... At least according to this spec, they're... Wait a minute. No, that's talking about something else. So it looks like rel self was first defined as part of Atom. Huh. Yeah, it does actually allow a MIME type. Links. The type attribute is always MIME type, and that's what they're doing there, but they are doing a MIME type of activity plus JSON. Doing that kind of extension form of the JSON MIME type. Well, I'm just not going to worry about the type attribute for now. So let's get started on this route. The endpoint is .wellknown/webfinger. And we want to parse Actually, I should look at how I'm supposed to handle error states for webfinger. I guess I just do a 404. Let's test our regex real quick. Okay. Okay, there's our web finger. Let's add a quick test for it. Do we still have the node fetch package? Nope. You know, I really ought to just use backticks always for strings, because, like, why even bother using single quotes? It's just another thing you're going to have to change anytime you start interpolating. I saw that little plugin to help with that. Maybe I'll get a hold of it at some point. Oh, there we go. The kitty cat approaches. She's been very good today. Hasn't been bothering me at all. See how long that lasts. Be the first day in a long time that she hasn't wanted to play. Okay, getting close. That's web finger added. Okay. So now, whew, it's been a long stream. Started at 10 a.m. Only a 15-minute break. Starting to feel a little bit of a drag. why don't I just step through in my brain and talk through the pieces that are going to be next, and then we'll pick it up tomorrow morning. Oh, you know what? We just committed. We all know what that means. Gotta celebrate.
Citizen.
Oh, get hook. That's an idea. I'll look into that. That's quite an idea. Trick is I have to remember to take out my headphones and stop my music, so. Okay, so next up. We now have a way to look up the database URL for a given user, which is great. And so next, what we need to do... So the thing that has to happen next is that the server needs to start swarming and syncing the user databases for users that are followed by the server members. Which means there needs to be some code, which is basically watching the current follow lists of the users and sort of reacting to it. So anytime, so at load, you'll load up all the current follows and load up any user databases that are needed. And then whenever the follow list changes, somebody follows somebody new or stops following somebody, we then load or unload as needed the swarm databases. And that introduces a whole set of logic that we haven't even gotten into, which is currently the server is not swarming anything. It's using the hypercore, but it's staying entirely on the local host, not putting things on the network. So we'll need to introduce that logic. And then from there, we need to. So that'll be a piece of work for sure. You know, having to sit and kind of monitor the follow list and update the user database to match, you know. And you gotta check, is anybody following the user whenever that changes? And if so, go ahead and load it. If not, it's time to let go of it. And then after that, the task will be setting up the secondary indexes that are driven by user follows as opposed to membership in the server. Once that's working, then we need any methods which are pulling from secondary indexes to merge together the index results from followed users and server community users. And I got to think about how to implement that. Part of me wonders if they ought to stay separate, where it's like the application is saying, give me information from people that I follow in one API request, and then give me information from the community in another request. Hey, Smee here, joining in right at the end of the stream. Separating them out would be interesting, actually. You might end up with duplicate information, which the API, the application, sorry. We'll kick back up tomorrow. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if we should keep the secondary indexes separate. And then the application can choose how to merge those together, because it might be actually interesting for those secondary indexes to keep that information segmented out. So that you can see like replies by people you follow, and maybe those show up first in the thread. And then it would be replies by people that you, in the communities you're a part of. Depends, I mean, the threads need to merge. That merge can still happen on the client side. But then things like counts. Yeah, I don't know. It would certainly be easier in the server implementation to have to not have to do the merging on the server. So I might actually implement it that way. Do I have any thoughts on Arweave? I only just sort of recognize the name. So is it like a Filecoin? Seems kind of like a Filecoin or a SIA. No thoughts. I don't know Arweave. Okay. Oh, you know what else we ought to think about doing is in our code that does the loading user databases according to the follow graph. We should eventually plan to detect whenever users rehome, but we'll save that for another time. So by the end of tomorrow, we should have cross-server following implemented. I think that's a realistic goal. Tomorrow I will actually have the DAT and ComCom, so I'll have to stop at 1 p.m. But if we start early again, it's a P2P layer. Okay, well, good stream today. Thanks everybody for joining. Got a lot of really useful infrastructure out of the way in our tests. And so tomorrow we can dive into the cross-server communication. And once that's done, we're pretty close to being able to do our test net. We might, depends on if we want to launch the test net without rehoming. Depends on what we're really trying to test with the test net. All right. See y'all, everybody. Catch you on the next one.